if there's trip short and there's another flights. It's more comfortable than like 3 hours of intense driving.
Shit.
It's good.
Wait, smoke off. Hours. Meetings. Oh.
this to please be mindful to the time and try to stick to 10 to a maximum of 13 minutes presentation. And after the presentation, we will be opening up the floor for question and answer. So today our first presenter is Ms. Solano Kedi-Kilwe. Sorry, I don't know whether I pronounce your name correctly. She's the SDGs Project Planning and Monitoring Officer of UNDP. And Solano is actually representing the government colleague who was unfortunately not here for flight delays. So to Solano, my question will be about the gender mainstreaming. Botswana made a special case to mainstream gender as part of the assessment phase. So can you please highlight how these were incorporated in the Botswana INFF process? So the floor is yours. You can go to the podium if you prefer.
Thank you. I believe I have a presentation, Ankun. While he's putting it up. Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, we are waiting for some few seconds where the interpreters get the presentation. So please bear with us for some few seconds. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is it okay? Is he saying it's okay? We go? Mm-hmm.
Can we start now? colleagues, can we start now? I think so.
He's saying yes. He said yes, sir. Okay, good. Okay, that was just the team that put together the presentation. We have a few slides. I'll try to just take you through them as quickly as possible. Introducing the country, the background, a little bit on what we do on SDGs, why we felt gender-based budgeting has to be a critical component of our DFA, the findings of our DFA, how we use the gender assessment to shape the DFA and the roadmap and the next steps. A little bit about Botswana. We're a country almost the size of France, with just over 2.3 million population, 52% of which is female. And our currency is Botswana Pula, plus minus $1 is plus minus 10 Pula. We, like many other countries, experienced COVID and experienced that kind of a decline on our GDP. That slide shows our GDP over years from 2011 to 2024. And the point that shows the great decline, the point that shows the great decline there is the time during COVID. And like many other countries, we are on the path of recovery, and we are growing at about 3.9%. So basically, with regards to the agenda and how the country has integrated SDGs, we have a national roadmap which outlines the strategic areas for SDGs in the country. It has 6 strategic areas. Planning and implementation is one of, and the INFF finds its home there. We also have developed a status report on SDGs. We have a VNR, we're a 2022 VNR, and the INFF featured prominently on our 2022 VNR is available on the website. We also have, as part of the broader domestication, the climate accord, we have a climate policy. We have costed our NDCs, we've costed our SDG 15 because we're a biofin country, and we've established the financing gap for some of our critical SDGs like 14, 15, and 13. So basically, for us, why did we feel that gender responsive budgeting is critical to our country? It's because for us, 52% of Botswana population is female, and we have the following scores in different studies that have been done. You'd realize that 65% of our land belongs to male. Our political empowerment index is at 0.9%. Our global gender equality gap is at 79.9%. For those who know a lot about Botswana and where it is in development and our development indicators, we're an upper middle income country with very good scores on many different development indicators. But for SDG 5, we're not performing very well. As you can see, we have a legal framework only at 70%, a legal framework for reproductive rights at 25%, and we rank 117 out of 191 countries on the Human Development Index, insofar as gender equity is responsible. And our gender that is 0.981. That is the 2022 HD Human Development Report Index. So yes, we have a case. We have a situation that we need to address. Earlier on, there was a question about equity. And for us, we believe that gender is one of the areas that if you respond very well to in your INFF, you should be able to address a lot of the inequality issues that were raised earlier in the meeting. And for our DFA, there were many issues that were identified, one of which is the overdependence of the economy on diamond mining. That's our principal resource. And that was again unearthed by the DFA. The issue of gender also came into place. You note there, highlighted in green. Gender inequality is one of the key issues that was also unearthed. Constrained fiscal space, as well as limited markets, emerging green markets, etc. So how did we as a then use the findings to inform our DFA and our next step of articulating the INFF. For Botswana, we followed the INFF methodology. However, as I said, we had a gender responsive financing assessment undertaken parallel to the process of the DFA. It wasn't easy because we had to sequence and make sure that our steps followed each other very well. So the gender assessment allowed us, we believe, it allowed the overall diagnostic survey to be enriched with gender disaggregated data where it existed. And I'm underlining the word where it existed because it wasn't always available. If you look at the SDG 5 indicators, for some, we could find information that spoke to how we finance family planning, how we finance other of the indicators, but we couldn't find some of the information in the disaggregated manner that we needed to be able to do a thorough assessment. So both strategic and practical gender needs were identified alongside entry points, strengthening the financial inclusion and the alignment on public spending for SDG 5. And also we looked at the policy, the regulatory and the strategic landscape as we assessed from a gender equity and gender equality perspective. And we realized that there's a need for the policy framework for the gender issues to be strengthened within the country for us to be able to respond effectively. And the roadmap that we developed proposes corrective measures with specific recommendations for financial inclusion, adjustment to fiscal policy, gender responsive budgeting, and changes in the financing of SMMEs, amongst others, in a manner that is responsive to SDG 5. We're also looking forward in the INFF that we are developing to include a deep dive when we undertake the medium-term review strategy and the fiscal decentralization, to have a direct focus on and employ a gender lens to promote a proactive approach and an inclusive growth, ensuring that, as I said, we do it through a gender lens. And again, we will look at a wider range of financial instruments that include gender bonds, and also look at a taxation reform and non-taxation measures and catalytic first loss capital as some of the avenues that we will articulate or try and pursue as we articulate the roadmap, the integrated financing framework. But still, as part of the DFA for Botswana, we formulated a roadmap which has about 6 strategic areas. And as I said, the governance and coordination measures for gender need to be revised. I've mentioned that. Under the strategic action, domestic public action, we've said we need to develop sector level financing strategies, and that gender, we think, is a key sector that requires that. On other areas or strategic areas of the of domestic private action, we have identified that we need to develop inclusive Apex financial instrument for participating finance instruments, again, using the gender lens. For the other area in the roadmap that we recognize as key is in the adoption of new financing instruments. We think there is a need, and around this program area, there is already work that has begun with the ministry responsible for gender. We are undertaking a capacity building for gender responsive budgeting to try and strengthen the institutional mechanisms for gender to be able to undertake a gender responsive budgeting effectively. I hope I still have a minute. Ooh la la, I think I have skipped. I think I still have a minute. So next steps, what are we doing going forward? We are, as a country, articulating our next NDP 12, the National Development Plan 12. And for us, we think it's a strategic entry for the INFF. We are in formulating the NDP 12, ensuring that the INFF will be integral. The NDP 12 will be anchored. Our approach is that we should develop an NDP 12 that is in tandem or that is in consonance with the INFF, such that the INFF becomes a financing strategy for our NDP 12. So that is our story as Botswana. I hope I didn't eat all my 10 minutes in case any of my colleagues want to add something. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solano, for the
It's tricky
excellent
to use this
presentation.
and this doesn't work.
Thank you so much for sharing the journey of Botswana in terms of gender mainstreaming. I'm sure other countries will be inspired and already start planning gender responsive strategies for their INFF journey. So our next presenter is Mr. Emmanuel Sabadago, Director of Monitoring and Evaluation of Economic and Social Policies, General Directorate of Economy and Planning from Burkina Faso. So my question for Mr. Sabadago would be their DFA process in terms of the ongoing planning cycle. So can you please highlight the key takeaway from that process? The floor is yours. You can go to the podium. Thank you so much.
Let me switch off my mic.
Allô? OK. Allez. Merci à chers participants, merci aussi aux modératrices. C'est vrai que ce matin, j'ai la charge de partager avec vous l'expérience du Burkina Faso dans le processus de mise en place du cadre de financement intégré. C'est vrai qu'en guise d'introduction, en guise d'introduction, on pourrait dire que le cadre de financement intégré vient combler en tout cas le déficit de financement dans la mise en œuvre des ODD. C'est vrai qu'à cette situation, en tout cas, il vient s'ajouter d'autres facteurs structurels, dont la COVID qu'on a connue, aussi la conjoncture conjoncturelle, financière, sécuritaire, sanitaire, dont les fréquences, en tout cas, vient mettre en tout cas, vient en difficile en tout cas la mise en œuvre des ODD. C'est vrai qu'on pourrait dire que c'est... OK. C'est vrai que c'est dans ce cadre, en tout cas, que le Burkina Faso, en tout cas, a initié, en tout cas, la mise en place du cadre de financement intégré. Comme l'a déjà rappelé M. Adams et M. Duplut, c'est vrai qu'on était confronté, en tout cas, à un certain nombre de difficultés en matière de financement des ODD. C'est vrai que comme première difficulté, en tout cas, qu'on a eu on était confronté, c'était en tout cas l'insuffisance dans les évidences pour mieux orienter les politiques et stratégies de développement. À ce niveau, en tout cas, il y avait des difficultés. Il y a en tout cas un faible alliement entre la planification et le financement au développement. Il y a aussi la faiblesse des mécanismes de préparation, de sensibilisation, la conception et la mise en œuvre des politiques publiques. Comme deuxième grande insuffisance, on avait l'absence d'une stratégie de financement cohérente et intégrée. À ce niveau, en tout cas, on pourrait dire qu'il y avait, on pouvait sentir que les politiques spécifiques en matière de financement ont été élaborées sans que l'on sache clairement comment les objectifs sont liés à la réalisation des ODD. Il y a aussi une troisième grande insuffisance qui a trait en tout cas au mécanisme de coordination et une quatrième grande insuffisance qui était liée à une faiblesse du mécanisme de la gouvernance. Mais il faut dire qu'en termes d'étapes dans le processus de mise en œuvre du cadre de financement intégré, il faut dire que nous, on a bénéficié d'un appui technique financier d'un certain nombre de partenaires, dont l'Union européenne, la CEA, le PNUD, et qui ont permis en tout cas à franchir quelques étapes clés. C'est vrai qu'il faut dire que chez nous, en tout cas, on a commencé depuis 2019, en novembre, où on a participé à Bruxelles à un atelier qui a trait au financement intégré. À l'issue de cette réunion, on devait en tout cas procéder en tout cas à écrire nos documents. On a postulé en 2019, malheureusement, ça n'a pas marché. Et à notre niveau, en tout cas, on a mis en place, on a désigné un point focal depuis 2019 pour suivre le processus. C'est vrai que après cela, la CEA a eu le plus nous approcher, c'était le courant de 2021, mois de juin 2021. On avait une séance de travail où vous avez dit qu'il y avait des financements, un accompagnement qui était prévu pour mettre en place ce cadre de financement intégré. À cette travail, en tout cas, il nous appuie en tout cas à élaborer une note conceptuelle. Ça veut dire qu'au moins que nous, en train d'élaborer conceptuel, on demandait qu'on puisse mettre en place un comité de pilotage. Depuis le mois de juillet, on a pris un test mettant en place un comité de pilotage qui regroupe en tout cas l'ensemble des acteurs clés du processus. L'État qui était représenté par l'administration, le secteur privé, l'agence du système des Nations Unies, le monde universitaire, il y a aussi les partenaires techniques et financiers, les agences des Nations Unies, l'agence de financement, le corps de contrôle et la société civile. C'est vrai qu'après cela, en tout cas, on a eu à recruter en tout cas un bureau pour accompagner le processus. Et c'est vrai qu'après le recrutement du bureau, on a eu à organiser une rencontre de cadrage. C'était le 18 janvier 2022 avec le bureau, la direction de l'économie et des finances, aussi le PNUD, où a pris part aussi en vidéoconférence la CEA du Niger. Et c'est vrai que cela a permis en tout cas de mieux s'attendre sur le travail qui est attendu. Et lors de la rencontre aussi, le bureau a voulu savoir sur quel domaine prioritaire ils allaient travailler. En ce moment, en tout cas, on a eu à identifier 4 domaines prioritaires qui étaient la sécurité, l'importance sociale, les gens, et puis aussi, je crois que c'est le changement climatique. C'est vrai qu'à l'issue de cela, en tout cas, on a eu à organiser. C'est vrai qu'en temps, le 10 janvier, on a fait la rencontre de cadrage et on a eu à définir une feuille de route qui devait aller au mois de juillet pour finir le processus. Mais en temps, le 24 janvier, dans mon pays, est suivi un coup d'État dans mon pays qui a fait en sorte qu'on a eu à s'asseoir à tout cela. Et c'est jusqu'au 10 au 11 mai 2022 qu'on a encore recommencé le processus avec l'atelier de lancement officiel qui a regroupé tout l'ensemble des acteurs clés au développement. Et c'est en même temps l'occasion pour eux, en tout cas, d'être sensibilisés, informés en tout cas sur le processus. C'est vrai que lors de la vidéoconférence, on a invité les pays frères qui sont le Gabon, le Cap-Vert, et puis aussi l'espèce qui était là aussi depuis la vidéoconférence de l'Afrique du Sud, qui ont partagé en tout cas leur expérience sur le processus. C'est vrai qu'à l'issue de la clé de sensibilisation, les consultants sont allés sur le terrain pour collecter les informations avec l'ensemble des acteurs clés. Elle savait que pendant que le bureau collectait les informations avec les acteurs clés, on a eu une occasion où l'ensemble des partenaires techniques et financiers du Burkina Faso devait rencontrer le secteur en charge, de la sécurité alimentaire. À cette occasion, en tout cas, nous, on est venus avec eux, les informer de nouveau, essayer de voir ce qu'ils pourront faire en termes d'accompagnement du processus. Il faut dire qu'à l'heure actuelle, elle savait que le cabinet a déposé son rapport provisoire, qui n'a pas encore validé. On comptait le valider ce mois-ci, je crois que ce sera en octobre. Mais c'est vrai que nous, on avait prévu aussi un voyage d'études autour du Cap-Vert et du Gabon pour s'imprégner en tout cas de l'expérience. C'est vrai que le rapport n'a pas été validé, mais quand on lit le rapport, il se dégage en tout cas 4 besoins clés, un besoin de financement en matière important, un effort particulier qui doit être fait pour mobiliser les ressources internes. L'aide peut être pour le pays, peut permettre au pays en tout cas d'améliorer en tout cas l'espace budgétaire. Le financement privé fait partie des options et des solutions pour le financement du développement. C'est vrai que, bon, comme j'ai dit plus haut, en tout cas, le processus a commencé. Normalement, en tout cas, on devait l'achever au mois de juin 2022. Le coup d'État, en tout cas, nous sommes en cours. C'est vrai aussi que les consultants, en tout cas, ont proposé une feuille de route avec des actions, des programmes pour mettre en œuvre, en tout cas, la stratégie. C'est vrai aussi que, comme difficultés qu'on a rencontrées, ils ont énuméré en tout cas 4 grandes difficultés qui étaient à travers en tout cas au coup d'État qui interviennent en temps. Bon, il y a eu 4 difficultés. Le coup d'État qui intervient en temps au mois de janvier. Aussi ils ont dit qu'il n'y a pas de disponibilité d'acteurs au niveau des structures pour les entretiens. C'est vrai qu'à l'issue de l'atelier d'information, ils ont pris des contacts pour rencontrer ces structures. C'est vrai que quand ils passent sur le terrain, souvent ils ont du mal en tout cas à rencontrer ces acteurs pour recueillir les impressions. C'est vrai aussi qu'il y a certaines structures qui n'arrivent pas à répondre en tout cas aux correspondances qui leur sont envoyées. C'est vrai aussi qu'il y a un certain nombre de retards constatés en tout cas dans la transmission des courriers. Bon, c'est vrai qu'il y a, pour terminer, les consultants ont fait des propositions de recommandations pour lever en tout cas les contraintes de financement au niveau du Burkina Faso. Je disais que ce n'est pas encore validé, mais ils ont fait des propositions suivant les composantes. Je ne sais pas s'il faut lire les propositions qui sont faites pour qu'au moins on puisse partager ce qui est prévu dans notre DFA. Je peux lire? Ok, ça marche. C'est avec la proposition 1, évaluation et diagnostic, ils ont proposé de renforcer l'évaluation des besoins dans le cadre de la politique nationale de développement, des politiques structurelles, des plans locaux de développement. Et aussi, ils ont proposé qu'on puisse institutionnaliser l'évaluation des politiques publiques et dériver des dépenses publiques. Ils ont proposé aussi l'institutionnalisation de l'évaluation et du diagnostic des finances publiques. Au niveau de la composante 2, au niveau du secteur public, ils ont proposé un renforcement du cadre global des réformes en matière de mobilisation des ressources du financement public et les bonnes gestions financières. Aussi, ils ont proposé de finaliser et de mettre à jour les différents plans d'action de direction générale des régions financières. Aussi, ils ont proposé d'utiliser le plein potentiel des fonds de pension, des fonds dormants et d'autres fonds pour le financement à long terme. Aussi, ils ont financé de mettre en œuvre le plan d'action en matière de mobilisation des ressources financières. Aussi, ils ont proposé mettre en œuvre une nouvelle stratégie d'appui au ministère de l'Économie et des Finances, réviser le plan d'action de la stratégie nationale de coopération qui arrive à échéance en 2022, aussi initier sur la base de la stratégie de dette à moyen terme un plan d'action des réformes. Moi, c'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup. En matière au niveau du secteur privé, ils ont préconisé en tout cas de définir un cadre global pour l'amélioration du financement pour le secteur privé et la promotion de l'investissement privé. Aussi, ils ont proposé de préparer un plan d'action chiffré pour la mise en œuvre de la politique nationale de promotion de la diaspora, mettre à jour le plan d'action relatif à la stratégie nationale de l'inclusion financière, initier un programme de développement sur l'utilisation des marchés financiers par les entreprises nationales, préparer une feuille de route pour le financement du capital risque et les autres investissements innovants. Au niveau de la composante 3, ils ont proposé composante 3, ils ont proposé en tout cas de renforcer les systèmes d'information actuels pour le suivi des flux de financement public, renforcer le système d'information et de suivi des informations relatives au secteur privé. Pour la dernière composante, la composante 4, ils ont proposé en tout cas de donner plus de visibilité à la thématique des financements dans le cadre de la coordination du plan national de développement. Mesdames les chers participants, voilà en tout cas ce que je vais partager avec vous ce matin. OK, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sapodogo, for sharing the unique experience of Burkina Faso. I think we appreciated the importance of buy-ins from all the stakeholders. It was stressed in the presentation, and the importance, of course, of the sustainability of the political commitment. Dear participants, allow me to invite Dr. Hassan Diallo, National Director of Planning and Rural Economy, Ministry of Economy from Guinea. Mr. Diallo will be sharing a very unique case of Guinea. Guinea initiated the DFA process after having undertaken a strategic fiscal space analysis. A core aspect of the DFA is to make sure that other existing assessments and recommendations are integrated in the process. So Mr. Diallo will be sharing us their journey, how this was done in Guinea, and what type of assessments were incorporated. Over to you, Mr. Diallo.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Pour répondre à cette question, j'aimerais juste situer un peu la République de Guinée, qui est un pays côtier situé en Afrique de l'Ouest et a une population de 12 millions d'habitants et disposant les 3/4 de la réserve mondiale de bauxite et a une population de 12 millions, comme je viens de le dire. Alors, pour parler de l'état de mise en œuvre du DFA en Guinée, nous proposons un schéma qui se résume sur 3 points. Le premier, sur l'état de mise en œuvre du DFA en Guinée. Le deuxième, les contraintes et difficultés que nous rencontrons. Et le troisième point, les étapes prochaines. Par rapport au premier point, donc, par rapport au premier point, il faut signaler que plusieurs sessions de concertation et d'information avec les ministères clés que sont le ministère de l'économie, des finances et du plan et le ministère du budget, qui sont les points d'ancrage du processus de l'INFF en République de Guinée. Il y a eu aussi des concertations élargies au bureau de stratégie et de développement des ministères sectoriels, les autres ministères, qui sont la cheville ouvrière et technique du processus. Il y a aussi eu un lancement officiel du processus lors de l'atelier de lancement du programme, mais aussi des concertations élargies avec les partenaires techniques et financiers regroupés dans un groupe appelé le groupe macroéconomique, notamment la Banque mondiale, la Banque africaine de développement, le Fonds monétaire international, l'Union européenne, pour ne citer que ceci. Il y a eu aussi la mise en place d'un comité technique d'évaluation du financement du développement et la tenue de la première session du comité technique de dialogue sur le financement des ODD, à travers la sensibilisation des parties prenantes sur la dynamique d'ensemble du processus INFF et le recrutement d'un pool de consultants pour appuyer le processus. Alors, sachant que, en gros, ce sont les 4 blocs de la mise en œuvre du processus INFF, il faut noter qu'en République de Guinée, nous sommes vers la fin du premier bloc et nous sommes en train d'entrer petit à petit dans le deuxième bloc qui est la mise en œuvre de la stratégie. Par rapport au premier bloc, la phase de collecte de données, il faut retenir qu'il y a eu une revue documentaire, il y a eu aussi l'administration d'un questionnaire d'entretien avec des personnes ressources, des services techniques des ministères clés et de la Banque centrale de la République de Guinée. En termes d'intégration des résultats de plusieurs évaluations antérieures pertinentes, notamment l'évaluation de l'espace fiscal au niveau central pour identifier de nouvelles niches d'opportunités de financement favorables aux ODD. Aussi, le dialogue de l'espace fiscal, le diagnostic de l'espace fiscal de 10 collectivités locales à titre pilote pour accroître la mobilisation des recettes fiscales dans les communes. Mais aussi le diagnostic du secteur privé pour améliorer sa contribution au financement du développement et d'autres évaluations pertinentes comme la revue des dépenses publiques par la Banque mondiale et le diagnostic de la gestion des investissements publics par le Fonds monétaire international. Donc, à la fin de ce processus, un rapport provisoire de l'évaluation a été élaboré et disponible et la tenue d'un atelier de partage et de validation. À date, le rapport final de finalisation est en cours d'élaboration et nous sommes en train d'entamer notre entrée dans le bloc 2 de l'INFF. Comme contraintes et difficultés, il faut noter, comme nos voisins du Burkina Faso, que la Guinée est rentrée dans une phase de transition depuis le 5 septembre 2021. L'armée a pris les rênes du pouvoir et qui a entravé le processus, car un changement radical de l'architecture du gouvernement a été mis en place. Mais aussi, la mise à la retraite de plusieurs cadres de la fonction publique qui avaient déjà une bonne appropriation du processus. Moi-même, je suis un exemple de cela. Il y a seulement 6 mois que j'ai quitté le Fonds monétaire pour rejoindre l'administration publique de la République de Guinée. Alors, par rapport à la collecte des données, il faut noter certains problèmes que sont la faible capacité de statistique du système, statistique national, la faible disponibilité et fiabilité des données de l'administration publique, et la faible implication, surtout la faible implication des institutions financières que sont la Banque africaine de développement, la Banque mondiale, le Fonds monétaire dans le processus INFF. Par rapport aux étapes futures, les prochaines étapes, il faut noter la tenue de la deuxième session du dialogue de financement avec un focus sur les thèmes stratégiques de la feuille de route, mais aussi la vulgarisation du rapport d'évaluation du financement du développement de DFA. Élaborer la version finale de la stratégie nationale de financement intégré des ODD et finaliser la mise en place des instances de pilotage, de suivi et d'évaluation du processus, à savoir le cadre de concertation amélioré. Sur ce, je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tiago, for the excellent presentation. Colleagues, a big round of applause for the excellent presenters. Thank you so much. Now the floor is open for questions, comments, recommendations.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry.
Have a microphone to this gentleman in gray, and then here, this table.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel. Thank you for the presentations. My question is only one to my sister from Botswana. The graph which she presented regarding the GDP growth for Botswana, 2020, I think because of the COVID, it was showing that -8 point something. Then 2021, while the economies were still recovering, Botswana, I think, jumped to about 13 or 12. Just wanted to find out why, I think, what happened for this, because I think most of the economies, I think we are still struggling. But I just want to find out what are the fundamentals, or which sectors are led to this jump, because after 2021 now it dropped again. So could we just have some clarification on that? Thank you.
Okay, so it's the same question. So can we come to you for, yeah?
Yeah, Botswana, I think for us, we formulated what is called economic recovery plan post. Oh, am I? You hear me? Okay. Botswana came up with an economic recovery plan post during COVID, which had a lot of stimulus packages for different sectors, tourism being one, and agriculture being the other, which assisted quite a lot. Of course, with external revenue, for the first time, we found ourselves borrowing quite a lot from our development partners to stimulate economic growth. So that is what resulted in that sharp increase. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, there is another question.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. Donc, je viens du Sénégal. Je m'appelle Monsieur Mahi Amadou Dem. Je suis économiste, en même temps point focal de l'INFF au niveau du ministère de l'économie, du plan et de la coopération. Au niveau du ministère donc, de l'économie, du plan et de la coopération. À l'instar de la plupart des pays, nous avons déroulé un peu le processus de mise en place de l'INFF. Nous avons réalisé la phase diagnostique avec l'appui du PNUD, avec l'appui technique et financier du PNUD. On est en train de boucler un peu la phase stratégie avec l'appui de l'Union européenne. Très bientôt, nous allons en tout cas aller vers la validation politique de ces deux processus avec l'ensemble des catégories d'acteurs. Au-delà de ça, j'avais juste une question pour la représentante du Botswana. C'est par rapport à la stratégie genre. Est-ce qu'il y a une stratégie à part pour le financement du genre ou bien il y a une stratégie globale qui intègre un peu les aspects du genre? L'autre aspect, c'est par rapport aux données. Je pense que c'est commun à tous les pays. Bon, généralement, on parle de genre, d'intégration de genre dans les politiques publiques, mais in fine, ce qui pose problème, c'est justement la disponibilité des données sexo-spécifiques, mais également des données désagrégées. Est-ce qu'il y a une recommandation forte sur ça pour justement pallier à ces insuffisances? Merci.
Oui, bonsoir. Moi, je me nomme Mohamed Touré, je viens du Mali. En tout cas, c'est pour vous dire que le Mali est vraiment fier d'être là parce qu'on est encore au début du processus. On n'est même pas au début, on vient de commencer le processus. Et vraiment, les exercices qui sont en train d'être déroulés nous confortent et nous prouvent que vraiment on peut appréhender la question. Maintenant, moi, j'avais un commentaire plus une question. Le commentaire, c'est par rapport à la présentation du Botswana. C'est vrai que déjà la question a été posée, mais moi, je vais reformuler autrement. Dans des pays comme les nôtres où vraiment la situation politique sécuritaire fait que les ressources sont souvent très difficiles à collecter, qu'est-ce que le Botswana peut nous dire un peu, peut nous conseiller pour prendre la chose avec le bon bout? Ma deuxième question, c'est par rapport aux processus qui ont déjà commencé. Nos frères burkinabés et nos frères guinéens. Est-ce que ces processus, est-ce que c'est vous qui les actionnez, qui les conduisez, ou c'est les partenaires qui vous orientent? Parce qu'on a besoin de savoir comment est-ce qu'il faut prendre les choses en main. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Just a help, please. Our panelist doesn't have the interpretation equipment. Can you please bring someone? Can you please bring it to her? Yes. The next, yeah, Mr. Palani.
Thank you very much for all the three presenters for an excellent country perspective. I have two comments. The first comment is that some of the country already done development financing assessment. As part of the assessment, I hope you have also done assessment about the alignment. As Tom said, I mean, this afternoon, like the alignment, we need to look into the three level. One is alignment between development planning, budgeting, whether your assessment focus on that issue. The second alignment is the alignment, enhanced alignment between the resources from the public sector with the resources from the private sector, whether that is any assessment done as part of your assessment reveal. The third alignment is that it's between all type of governance level stakeholder, like national government, local government, whether there is any alignment issue between different levels of government dealing, managing the resources meant for SDG. So what I'm trying to say is that whether the assessment focused, the alignment between planning and budgeting and the different level of government between public-private resources, that's the first question. The second one, the assessment in my view should also focusing on the transparency, accountability, are the kind of governance mechanism of budget issue. Whether your initial assessment, where the country stand in terms of the kind of the open budget type of issues, whether the current budget is, to what extent is it transparent, not transparent, any kind of that assessment. Thank you.
There is one gentleman, while the microphone is coming. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zerita Zigiti from Ministry of Finance, Uganda. I just want to make a follow-up on a question that was made by one of the participants wondering as to whether the process has been undertaken by governments other than donors. Uganda actually has gone beyond the DFAs. Uganda actually has a financing strategy. And I hope we can get an opportunity to actually share what it is that we've been able to do. We have actually gone beyond the DFA. We did follow up on all the opportunities that we learned from the DFA process, and we implemented all these. We have actually had an opportunity to see to it that we do stakeholder sensitizations. Yes, ma'am.
With your permission, I was about to request you to share your experience. If it is okay, we can ask, answer the questions, and then I come back to you. Would that be okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This gentleman, please. He raised his hand first. Yeah, sorry.
Ok, merci. Mon nom c'est Salim. Je suis l'économiste pour l'Union des Comores. J'avais juste 2 points. Le premier, c'est pour mon collègue de la Guinée, parce que j'ai bien compris que la Guinée est en phase du DFA, de validation, ou bien de finalisation et validation du DFA. Et directement, j'ai vu que les prochaines étapes, c'est aller vers la finalisation de la stratégie de financement. Donc, si c'est comme ça, en fait, je voulais juste partager l'idée que, en fait, le DFA, comme on l'a dit, c'est le premier document qui va nous permettre de tracer là où le pays veut dans le cadre de financement. Il est important d'être sûr que ce DFA est validé et approprié par nos gouvernements avant d'entamer la prochaine étape. Sinon, on va aller dans la stratégie de financement et les problèmes vont venir après parce que les gouvernements, dans la mesure de mettre en œuvre la stratégie, le gouvernement va se rendre compte que certaines recommandations peuvent être faites dans le DFA qui n'a pas été bien appropriées par le gouvernement, peut poser problème dans les prochaines étapes. Le deuxième point, c'est sur les dialogues. En fait, le DFA, ce n'est pas un document des consultants. Oui, on recrute, on fait recours à des consultants qui viennent, mais qui travaillent avec les gouvernements et les parties prenantes. Donc, je voulais juste être sûr de comment, au niveau de la Guinée et au niveau de Burkina Faso, le dialogue se fasse au niveau de vos 2 pays. Est-ce que c'est vraiment tellement inclusif au niveau national ou bien c'est un document qui est fait par les consultants et que le consultant vient présenter les résultats sortis des enquêtes ou bien des fiches de collecte d'informations qui ont été envoyées auprès des parties prenantes. Merci.
So much. We have some questions. It might be better if we answer first and come to the next round of questions. So can I invite you to please answer the alignment issues that Dr. Pelani asked, and then coming back to this, then I will ask you about the Botswana specific questions, followed by you. Yeah, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je pense que me concernant, il y a 2 questions. La première, c'est qui conduit le processus? J'aimerais dire qu'en Guinée, on travaille en commun accord et ensemble avec le système des Nations Unies. Il y a le gouvernement qui est représenté par la Direction nationale de la planification et de l'économie rurale, du ministère de l'économie, des finances et du plan. Mais il y a aussi le système des Nations Unies qui est conduit par le programme des Nations Unies pour le développement et l'UNICEF. Et au milieu de tout cela, il y a un pool de consultants recrutés qui ont des tâches spécifiques, qui rendent compte à ces deux structures et qui travaillent avec ces structures à la fois. Donc, ce n'est pas qu'on laisse les consultants faire le travail, non. Tout à l'heure, j'ai signalé qu'il y a les bureaux de stratégie et de développement de tous les sectoriels, les départements sectoriels, c'est-à-dire tous les autres départements du gouvernement qui sont impliqués. Parce que qui parle de bureau de stratégie et de développement parle du bras technique de l'administration. Donc, le gouvernement, l'administration est impliqué fortement. Mais de l'autre côté, il y a les partenaires qui appuient et il y a le pool de consultants aussi qui appuie. L'autre question par rapport à la validation du DFE. Non, ce n'est pas ce que j'étais en train de dire. Mais j'étais en train de dire, parce que nous avons 4 phases. La phase évaluation et diagnostic du DFE, la phase stratégie de financement, la phase suivi et examen et la phase gouvernance et coordination. Et donc, j'étais en train de dire que nous sommes vers la fin de la première phase qui constitue l'évaluation et le diagnostic. Et dès que le rapport final sera disponible, nous entamerons la deuxième phase qui est l'élaboration de la stratégie proprement dite. Je vous remercie.
While we are coming to Solano, may I invite colleagues from Uganda. Colleagues from Uganda, can you please come to the podium and wait for her to finish? Over to you.
Thank you. I will answer just a question on whether the gender assessment was done parallel or as part of. As I said, the gender assessment was from the very beginning at the project conceptualization stage. We had gender as one of the components that were to inform the DFA as a separate assessment, but done in tandem or sequence such that the assessment is done in tandem with the normative DFA that was done for the rest of the other economic sectors. We had a partnership with UN Women where we got a gender specialist, and the gender specialist was working with the lead consultant that was formulating the DFA. And eventually, when we articulated the DFA, it was made integral, or the gender aspect was made integral to the DFA, our DFA report. I hope that answers it. And on how we have ensured that there is economic stability, I'm not very sure I understood the question very well, but let me just say that as a country, we have a policy for gender mainstreaming, which has different outcomes, some of which included gender budgeting. However, gender mainstreaming and budgeting, however, its implementation was somewhat wanting. So the assessment that was done was anchored on assessing the level of implementation of this gender, I think it's called gender and development policy. I don't have the correct title. So we were assessing the extent to which the activities that are outlined in that policy, which is the main action plan or the main government's strategy for mainstreaming and budgeting gender across the different sectors of government. I think you will all understand that gender is a cross-cutting issue. So you have gender indicators that are found in SDG 3 for health when you talk about sexual reproductive health. You have gender indicators when you talk about parity for SDG 4. You have gender indicators when you talk about poverty for SDG 1. So you don't have specific activities that you can call they're specific to gender alone. They are found across all the 17 SDGs. And the action plan is the same, or the gender policy is the same, because it specifies the different actions for mainstreaming gender across the different strategies, across the different ministerial programs, etc. So we were trying to unpack the budgeting, how the financing flows have been for all the different sectors that do implement that process. And you would agree with me that quite often we would find ourselves struggling with a bit of disaggregated data. For example, when you look at the agricultural processes, for example, how government finances or assists the different schemes, you'd find that the budgets that are allocated are not disaggregated. You don't know whether the beneficiaries are male or female, but the amount is there. So we did struggle quite a bit with disaggregated data in some of the sectors. But in other sectors like education, it's easy to compute, to be able to tell out of the so many boys that are sponsored for education, this many are girls, this many are boys, and you can apportion and be able to disaggregate and come up with specific information. And of course, there were also some areas like other colleagues shared where the stats are not as you'd expect. So yeah, I think I answered it well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sabatoko.
Okay, merci, madame. Merci encore aux participants pour les questions posées. C'est vrai qu'il y a le Mali qui a voulu savoir est-ce que c'était imposé par les partenaires ou bien c'est l'initiative du pays elle-même. Bon, il faut dire que, comme j'ai présenté dans la présentation, dans ma communication, c'est vrai que nous, c'est en 2019, quand il y avait un appel à les pays qui souhaitaient en tout cas élaborer leur cadre de financement intégré, de soumettre en tout cas une candidature. On a essayé de monter le dossier avec de notre conceptuels. On a proposé à l'époque. Malheureusement, en tout cas, notre candidature n'a pas été retenue en 2019. Et ce n'est que, je crois, en 2021. C'est en 2021, en tout cas, il y avait encore une autre possibilité où on voulait recueillir 2 pays qui étaient prêts au processus. On a encore soumis, en tout cas, une requête pour pouvoir être accompagné. Et c'est là que la candidature, en tout cas, a été reçue, en tout cas, a eu un avis favorable. Après l'avis favorable, on était approché par la CEA Niger, qui nous a approché, en tout cas, voir comment ils pourraient nous accompagner dans ce sens. À ce niveau, en tout cas, ils avaient un budget de, je crois, c'était $540 000 qui était là. Et on disait qu'avec ça, en tout cas, on pourrait lancer le processus. Donc, je crois que c'est l'initiative du pays. Maintenant, c'est vrai qu'à l'époque, le ministère en charge de l'économie qui pilote, en tout cas, le cadre de financement intégré, a soumis, en tout cas, cette requête-là au niveau du bureau régional de la CEA. Et maintenant, c'est pour le consultant, comme c'est un nouveau concept, c'est vrai que le consultant à la matière n'était pas bien connu. Et je crois que c'est pour cela que le PNUD, avec sa base de données, a voulu en tout cas trouver des consultants qui avaient déjà fait le travail ailleurs pour nous appuyer. Je crois que c'est pour ça qu'ils ont recruté le cabinet pour faire le processus. Maintenant, c'est vrai qu'il y a l'autre question avec au cas de concertation. Il faut dire que chez nous, en tout cas, on a la chance d'avoir 14 secteurs de planification et chaque secteur de planification a son cas de concertation, les acteurs concernés et l'ensemble des partenaires techniques et financiers. Au niveau aussi, il y a un cas de concertation qui existe entre l'État et le secteur privé et qui fonctionne. Chaque année, il y a une rencontre qui est organisée entre l'État, qui est présidée par le Premier ministre lui-même et l'ensemble du secteur privé. C'est en même temps l'occasion pour échanger, en tout cas, sur la stratégie de développement. Il y a aussi un cas de concertation aussi entre l'État et la société civile qui existe. Donc, ce sont ces cas de concertation qui sont mis en exergue. Dans chaque région, on a 3 régions qui sont là. Et dans chaque région, en tout cas, il y a un cas de concertation qui existe pour le dialogue et pour le développement. Je crois que le consultant qui avait en charge le travail, en tout cas, devait en tout cas prendre contact avec les différents cas de concertation pour changer, pour changer si les possibilités d'accompagner le financement. Je crois que ces cadres, en tout cas, existent et ça marche bien. Mais maintenant, c'est vrai qu'en termes l'alliement. Il faut dire que pour notre DFA, le consultant en tout cas avait en charge d'analyser en tout cas l'alliement en matière de développement du Burkina Faso. Je crois que comme c'est un rapport provisoire qui est élaboré, j'ai vu que des commentaires des uns des autres n'étaient pas d'accord avec l'information du consultant, mais comme ce n'est pas encore validé, j'ai réservé en tout cas de donner des éléments de réponse. Ok, merci beaucoup. Merci.
So much. Thank you so much. Madam, please introduce yourself and please 2 minutes maximum. We are over the time already. Yeah.
I'll do my best. Again, the microphone is too low. I am Zerida Zigiti, an assistant commissioner in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development Government of Uganda. I am one of the lead persons in the preparation of the integrated financing framework in Uganda. Just like all other countries, we did participate in the 2015 Addis Ababa declarations and committed to that. Now, prior to that, we were supposed to be starting the DFS soon after the 2015 declarations, but that didn't come through. So on the request of our ministers of finance, we actually did start a concept on the financing strategy. And their greatest concern was the alignment of resource allocation with appropriate financing to development programs. So as we were trying to put together the concept of the financing strategy, we actually got support from UNDP and started on the DFA. So by the time we concluded the DFA, we had already started on the process of the financing strategy. Grateful to UNDP, it was easy for us to then start on our financing strategy. And we built from what it is that we learned from the DFA to build the financing strategy. And one of the main concerns of the DFA was the absence of a financing strategy that was linked to the planning framework. And those are some of the things that we did use in developing the financing strategy. The financing strategy has been not only a consultative framework, but also with a lot of support from both the legislature and as well as the executive. So it is a process that is not only owned by the Ministry of Finance and the development partners. We had the Prime Minister in the 2019 UNGAR declarations. He actually made a statement where we requested for support for preparation. And on account of that, we've received a lot of support from EU, World Bank, and UNDP in development of our strategy. The key features of the financing strategy, as I mentioned, is something that came out of whatever it is that we learned from the DFA. The key features of this is the fact that it is interlinked with our development planning frameworks. Now, the development planning framework is already interlinked with the SDGs. So whatever it is that you see in here is actually interlinked with our development planning framework. We have aligned the available resources in the global network in this framework. So every one of the financing that there is in the global network is aligned in here and appropriately tagged to a program or project or whatever it is that government is doing in the development plan. And what it is we're trying to avoid is allocate resources to things that are not appropriate. For example, if we have a social project, we advocate so much for resources that are appropriate for social projects other than that is appropriate for infrastructure development. For example, in our financing strategy, we've aligned ECAs to infrastructure development. On the other hand, we have looked at all kinds of financing, including climate finance, philanthropy resources. We've looked at bonds, infrastructure bonds. We've ensured that every resource that there is in the global network is taken care of in here. And it is now going to be the guiding principle in as far as every development partner or every financer that is interested in working with us. This should be the guiding principle. Before you suggest a project to finance, this would be our guiding principle. So what is the next step? Because this has just been concluded, and the next step is for us to launch this. We're going to launch this in November. And that will be now the start for us to actually implement the INFF. And the key issue is not just have the document lie on shelves, but it's going to be a live document. Someone raised concern about the fact that it hasn't had the quality
Thank you so
assurance
much.
undertaken. And that is what we are hoping that we'll be able to do that, because it's going to be an open document, not just open, but we should have an opportunity to, integrate anything that comes on board to be able to implement this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I could see more hands were raised, but rest of time, we have to end now. My apologies, we went over the allocated time. I welcome all participants to have your questions asked to the panelists during the coffee break, and we also have the INFF marketplace where you can ask that dedicated questions to these countries. So thank you so much for your patience, and again, a big round of applause to the excellent presenters. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dear participants, the coffee tea break, we will be parting for 20 minutes. We will be back by 4:30, please. So the same place where we had the coffee and lunch. Yeah.
Hi, this is Yanis from Boxov. Great, thank you.
Hello? Working? Colleagues, oh my God. Is it? It's very loud. Okay, phew. Colleagues, welcome back from your coffee and snacks. We've got more snacks coming, don't worry. We've got the cocktail reception this evening. There is a lot of snacking that we can do over the course of this conference. So I'm going to ask the panelists for the next session to come, please, and join me. And that means, please can, and excuse me in advance if I pronounce the names incorrectly. Yahya Ahmed Humadi from Comoros. I think you will be doing a presentation from your table, if I'm not mistaken, so you don't need to come up here, but we do need you to put your hand up so we can give you a microphone. So we get a microphone there. Nabila, I just saw Nabila. Nabila's here. Thank you, Nabila. So another microphone for Nabila, please. Patrick, Chief Debt and Aid Management Officer from Malawi. Are you here? Can you join us on the stage, please, Patrick? Can't see you yet, Patrick. Hopefully you are coming. And then Dr. Where is he? Dr. Charles Mwamwaja, please join us up here. I feel very lonely. And we will give you a microphone. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Please.
Translate.
So, okay, we're just kitting Nabila out. Have you got a microphone yet, sir? You've got earphones. I'm going to get you a microphone. Nabila's all kitted up. That's great. Please. That's right. Lovely. And then we're just waiting. Commerce, Nabila. Okay, I think we can get started. We're going to try and keep this to an hour. So I'm hoping my presenters will not mind me, and apologies in advance if I'm brutal around time management. That is my way. I apologize in advance. Colleagues, this is a really exciting session for the end of the day. Don't worry. I know you'll be a bit fatigued after all that snacking and talking and listening over the course of today. But today, at this point, we're moving into financing strategies, which is where the rubber hits the road with the INFFs and where we'll really begin to start talking about pivotal financial reforms, resource mobilization, private capital, public finance. It's all the exciting stuff of the INFFs. So while we're still kitting ourselves out, my colleague and friend Yanis from New York should be beaming in. I can't see him. I can only see myself. He's going to be talking to us a bit about, with a global overview, if you will, of financing strategies. So Yanis, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Tom. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, that's a miracle. We can't see you, but I'm afraid, given the technological challenges we're facing here, we might just start anyway. And if you appear magically, that will be wonderful. But Yanis, just to say, we've had a great day here without you, and sorry you're not here. I've introduced you, but you might want to say a little bit more about yourself, and then over to you, and we can see your PowerPoint, which is fantastic. Over to you, Yanis.
Thank you, Tom, and a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the warm words. My name is Yanis von Burgsdorf. I work for the Policy Analysis Development Branch at DESA, the Department for Economic and Social Affairs. We work very closely with UNDP and with Tom, sometimes even on a daily basis, to try to bring INFF implementation to fruition. The objective of my presentation, and I don't want to take a lot of time, I know we're behind, is really to set the stage for the country presentations that we will be hearing from as part of this panel. I'm going to be speaking to financing strategies for the SDGs in the context of INFFs. So the objective is really to talk you through the guiding principles, the core objectives, and a suggested process for formulating integrated financing strategies. So hopefully you'll come away with a bit of a sense of what the INFF proposes as part of financing strategies. The good news for all the countries that are thinking about using this approach or who are already using it and are still at the early stage is that you don't have to start from scratch. INFFs build on the institutional arrangements that you already have in place. Each country will have those institutional arrangements, those policies, that frameworks already. So it's really about building on it gradually, identifying potential gaps, potential incoherencies that may exist, and then addressing them to the best of your capabilities. So an INFF, what is it? Hopefully by now you will have a sense. Just to recap very briefly, it's a framework, it's an approach to align all types of financing. So public, private, concessional, non-concessional, with sustainable development. As we've heard in the previous session, often there's a gap between national development plans. So countries formulate and articulate beautiful national development plans, but they may not have associated financing strategies. So an INFF can help you make that explicit link. By being holistic in nature and looking at different financing policy areas, the idea is really to strengthen coherence across different financing policies, approaches, strategies, and to make sure that they're interlinked so that, for instance, what Nigeria presented, Honorable President Buhari last Friday, that you can pursue SDG financing without increasing or risking your debt sustainability. So that's really what the INFFs try to do, and that's really at the heart of it, to strengthen those coherencies and to avoid potential trade-offs and externalities. INFFs don't propose to start new processes or a lot of new processes. We see it really as building on everything you already have in your country. So it's more of a docking station in terms of the actual work. Now, the INFF methodology is broken up into 4 building blocks and as well as an inception phase. You can see them in the overview here. The Interagency Task Force, which is a group of over 50 UN agencies, developed and published a very detailed guidance documents that you can access on the INFF Knowledge Hub, inff.org, which go into a great extent of detail into each of these different building blocks. The objective for us today is to really talk about the bottom right one, financing strategies. And just very briefly, so just to talk you through this dynamic process very briefly. Once you've identified the institutional home for an INFF in your country, typically you would start with an assessment diagnostic phase where you say, okay, this is the financing gap, look at the financing needs, you look at the financing ask. You also want to look at any associated risks to the financing landscape, and of course, any constraints that you may face in your country. That provides a basis for an evidence-based financing strategy. And of course, the ability for you to implement that financing strategy.
Yes. So we had black seed, PGP manicure.
So I'm just hearing, whoever is speaking, could you please mute yourself? That would be kind, thank you. So the success of the financing strategy, you don't want it to be just a document, you want to implement it. And that, of course, relies on effective governance and coordination mechanisms within your country, as well as monitoring and review processes that allow you to track the progress, not only of the financing flows, but also of the success of the policies that you've advocated for. And if needed, to update them and to constantly kind of keep an eye on that. Financing, especially the international environment, but also the domestic one, it keeps changing. It's a dynamic process, as all of you will know. So it's not a linear process. And ideally, these different building blocks feed into each other dynamically over time. Now, the financing strategies, why are they important? As I've already mentioned, it's a way to streamline approaches and tools into one framework. You may have a financial sector policy strategy, you may have a debt sustainability strategy, financial inclusion strategy, the list goes on. Most of the time, these are developed in parallel, in silos, depending on the narrow remits of your departments in the different organizations, where it may be in the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Planning. And often they're not brought together to identify potential trade-offs and externalities that may exist. So the financing strategy, an integrated one, puts it all in one place. The idea is then to identify any gaps, to close those gaps, overcome any constraints, and I'll speak to that in a suggested process in a minute, and to make the most of the opportunities that you may not have considered. And I say may not, because in many countries, you will already have considered it. At the same time, I would say this is something that doesn't just apply to, for instance, countries in your regional context. This is something, for instance, in the country that I'm from Germany, most of the time doesn't happen. It's just the way that our institutions are set up. And it's something, it's also, I see it as an opportunity that we can overcome going forward. Now, there are some guiding principles when you're formulating an integrated financing strategy. And it may be worthwhile to think about them for a minute. So first of all, you want the policies that you identify ultimately to be administratively and politically possible in your context. There's a tendency sometimes to look at international best practice. This may be useful, but it may not always work in your context. So it's always worthwhile to think about, does this fit in the administrative context that I'm currently operating in? And is the political backing for these policies to go with? Second, the financing strategy is comprehensive in terms of looking at all types of financing. Third, you want to look at the policies in your integrated strategy, both from two perspectives. First of all, from a top-down perspective. So you want to screen them according to macroeconomic consistency. Does it align with your growth objectives, but also does it align with your macro fiscal framework, etc. So you want to look at the policies from that perspective. At the same time, when formulating policies, for instance, in the financial sector space, in the private finance space, in that case, you want to take decisions as close to the operating level as possible. And there you really should use the mantra of local solutions for local problems. So top-down and bottom-up approach simultaneously. And lastly, I've already spoken to this, financing policymaking and financing strategies are dynamic in nature. Once you've drafted the strategy, it doesn't mean it's done. So it has to be a constant updating, linking it to review process, to feedback loops from key constituencies in your ministry, but looking also much broader than your ministry to update the strategy based on the updates that you find in the international financing environment, and of course also in your domestic financing environment. So last slide before we hand over back over to Tom and we'll hear from the countries. Now, how can you go about doing this? In every country, it will be slightly differently. This is a suggested approach, and emphasis on suggested because it might be different in every context. But essentially, building on the assessment and diagnostics, once you've kind of looked at the strengths, the weaknesses, the needs of your financing landscape, you then want to say, okay, what is the scope of my financing strategy? Is it broad? Do I want to look at the whole national development plan, or would it be rather narrow? The integrated financing approach would work for both contexts. So you may want to draft a financing strategy that just links to specific financing policy objectives. But that's really the first step. You have to identify what are your financing policy objectives. The second step is then to say, okay, what options do we have in our policy environment? Many of this, by the way, is not going to be new to you. So you're doing this in practice. The idea is really to help practitioners think through what they're already doing, and also then also to maybe give a bit of a sense of what they are not doing already, and help them potentially take concrete actions on that basis. So the second step would be to say, all right, I probably want to look at the policies I already have in place as a starting place. This is also potentially empowering because those are the policies, the frameworks, the instruments that you know best, and map them out. And there's many ways to do this. The guidance documents go to in a lot of detail. They provide suggested questions, checklists, as well as tools to do this. But there's a lot of assessments that are already out there that you can leverage for this exercise without necessarily having to go through a lot of new heavy lifting of administrative processes. So you may have a financial sector assessment policy assessment that was recently carried out. You may have a PFA assessment that was recently carried out. You may have domestic assessments that you have done without the support of the international partners. So here it's about mapping them out, and as part of that, to analyze, what has worked and what hasn't worked. You then want to take forward probably policy measures that are domestic good practice that have worked, but there's other places you can look to. So you can look at peer countries to see what they're doing. Again, you want to look at probably ones that have a similar administrative setup to you. You can look at international best practice. You may want to look at domestic low-hanging fruit that just require a little bit of iteration to get going. Or you might find that hybrid solutions work. So if a public-private instrument in the agribusiness sector in your country has worked particularly well, it might be applicable to other sectors such as renewable energies. So these are the kind of this is the kind of analysis that you were doing at this point. Step 3 is really the key part of the integration. So once you have identified the policy measures that would hone in on the financing policy objectives that you have set for yourself, and this is part of the strategy, you want to take that through an elaborate check. And when I say elaborate, I don't mean a lot of data crunching or things like that, but just to think it through from slightly different perspectives that you may or may not have considered before. So you can think about them as coherence checks. The first check you would want to do is the policy that I'm proposing here consistent with my macroeconomic objectives? I already spoke to this briefly, but in some cases it may further, it may be aligned with your macro fiscal objectives, but it may not meet your growth objectives. So that's something to keep in mind. Secondly, does it further sustainability, different dimensions of sustainability, for instance, equity considerations, or does it risk them? Does it further climate sustainability? Or does it present new climate risks, this policy that I'm promoting? So this is the part where you would think about, ideally with a broad set of stakeholders, what are the potential trade-offs of the policies that I'm proposing? Do those trade-offs exist? What are the externalities? Or are there win-wins to harness? And lastly, are there any associated risks with the policies that I'm proposing? As we know, in the financing environment in the last 2 to 3 years, it's really hit home that risk assessment and to formulate risk-informed financing policies is probably a good idea in the medium to long term. So once you have identified potential trade-offs, potential risks, incoherencies, you can either accept them as they are, or you can try to remedy them. And in many cases, countries have a lot of financing policies at their disposal, specific financing instruments, for instance, public-private instruments, or progressive tax systems. The list goes on, and the guidance documents gives a good sense of what those options are to remedy those potential incoherencies. The last part is then to check, all right, these are the policies I want to take forward. I've done an integration check. These are the ones that are realistic. These are the ones that might present too many risks in the current environment. You of course need to check, do you have the institutional preconditions in place to take them forward, and do you have the capacities and resources? And as part of this, I think one of the big sells also of this process is that for the policies and the strategies, for instance, a financial sector policy strategy or long-term finance strategy for a domestic financial market, which requires a lot of institutional preconditions to be in place. This is something that you can also use as an ask towards international partners to have really identified what problems you want to address, and to also look for assistance in helping implement that and to meet your financing objectives. And lastly, you would then formulate this financing strategy, which of course is time-bound, and you would look at what are the short-term mechanisms that you can, short-term measures that you want to take medium-term, and what would require a bit more long-term thinking. Now, this is a suggested approach. As I mentioned, it might resonate with the things that you're already doing in your country. Other things might be a new perspective. I think it will be interesting to hear from you, and particularly from the panelists now who have already drafted a financing strategy, what their experience was like. So let me stop here and hand back over to you, Tom, and the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yanis, for laying out for us the global methodology, the building blocks, the guiding principles. Now we're going to really hear what happens on the ground. We all know there's theory and then there's practice. We know that governments will want to focus on particular areas of reform, perhaps to begin with, or maybe take a thematic focus, maybe take a subnational focus. I hope we'll hear some of the granularity of the approaches from our colleagues on the panel now. So I'm going to hand over, and I do apologize again in advance, 10-minute rule. I will, I'm afraid, cut you off after 10 minutes, very politely. First panelist, we're really lucky to have Mr. Ahmed Houmadi, Secretary General of the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Banking Sector in Comoros. Mr. Ahmed Houmadi, over to you.
Je vous remercie beaucoup et demande l'indulgence de l'audience parce que j'ai quelques soucis de rester debout longtemps. C'est pourquoi je ferai la présentation de ma table. Encore une fois, je vous remercie. Alors, pour les Comores, le gouvernement a commencé la stratégie de financement en début d'année. Et il a choisi donc une approche inclusive. Et je vais commencer par vous présenter ici les constats. Je vais vous présenter le processus et ses principales conclusions. Mais avant, je vais vous présenter les constats préliminaires, donc issus de l'évaluation du développement. Ensuite, nous partirons sur le déroulement des dialogues sur le financement du développement durable. Et enfin, nous parlerons des principales conclusions et des prochaines étapes. Donc, pour la mise en place du CNFI. Donc, pour la mise en place du CNFI, slide suivant, s'il vous plaît, nous sommes basés sur les principales conclusions de l'évaluation du financement du développement, où nous avons constaté un manque de fonds pour le financement, alors qu'il y a réellement des possibilités importantes que l'on pourrait mobiliser. Nous avons aussi constaté qu'il y a l'absence une absence du cadre de concertation, malgré qu'il y a plusieurs structures prévues par le plan Comores émergent. Et enfin, on a tiré aussi la conclusion qu'il y a des procédures complexes, puisque l'approche a été basée sur une approche projet, et donc pose aussi un certain nombre de problèmes liés à la capacité d'absorption du pays. Toutefois, l'évaluation a donc établi une feuille de route où on s'est principalement interrogé sur comment augmenter les disponibilités et la qualité de gestion des moyens de financement pour pleinement réaliser les priorités du plan Comores émergent aux environs de 2030. Et donc, sur la base de ce travail-là, un certain nombre de recommandations ont été établies, et c'est ce que nous voyons dans la colonne, dans la troisième colonne, en bleu. Il s'agit notamment d'établir une stratégie de mobilisation et de mise en œuvre qui responsabilise toutes les parties prenantes. Il s'agira aussi donc d'opérationnaliser le cadre de pilotage stratégique pour renforcer la cohérence institutionnelle ainsi que l'articulation entre systèmes de planification, de gestion et de budgétisation disponibles. Ensuite, établir donc un système de suivi et évaluation en se basant sur les leçons du passé. Pour cette partie-là, ce sont les différents groupes qui sont mis pour le PCE, mais nous n'allons pas nous alourdir sur cela. Nous pourrons éventuellement y revenir ultérieurement. Donc là, nous voyons aussi, c'est la cartographie qui est sortie pour la stratégie de financement. Nous la basons donc autour de deux, principalement autour de la cartographie pour le mécanisme de coordination et des procédures de suivi, ainsi que le dialogue multipartite avec les différents acteurs institutionnels que nous pourrons aussi voir par la suite. Slide suivant. Ici, nous avons donc les principales conclusions de la cartographie et des structures de coordination. Et nous voyons que le cadre de pilotage est clairement défini, mais pas opérationnalisé, parce qu'il y a une absence de de texte et des procédures de planification, budgétisation, programmation et suivi pas clairement détaillé. En fait, nous constatons aussi que nous avons de nombreuses plateformes d'échange témoignant d'un grand besoin de coordination. Et la difficulté, c'est que la multitude de ces plateformes fait que aucune de ces plateformes ne fonctionne convenablement. On peut, là, c'est sur c'est sur la coordination, c'est ce que nous disions tout à l'heure, que nous avons beaucoup de plateformes de coordination, mais qui fonctionnent très peu. Nous avons, par exemple, au centre en rouge, ce qui a été prévu par le plan Comores émergent, et le couleur vert, et les autres sont des plateformes qui sont déjà inexistantes. Qui sont existants mais qui ne sont pas opérationnels, comme nous l'avons dit précédemment. Voilà. Là, ce que nous avons ici, nous passons donc à la phase de déroulement des dialogues qui ont eu lieu durant ces derniers mois. Nous avons donc pris soin d'organiser des réunions qui soient inclusives autour de différents secteurs. Nous avons donc en premier lieu eu des rencontres sur les finances publiques. Et ensuite, nous avons eu donc des rencontres avec le secteur privé. Et enfin, nous nous sommes intéressés sur les financements innovants. Ce que nous pouvons donc souligner, c'est que toutes ces rencontres ont réuni tous les acteurs des différents départements, que ce soit pour le secteur privé, pour l'administration, aussi bien que pour les secteurs financiers. Nous avons fait en sorte que tout le monde puisse participer à ces échanges, puisque tout ce qui va découler par la suite émane donc des remarques et des recommandations qui ont été faites au cours de ces dialogues. Nous pourrons passer.
Sir, I do apologize. Just one more minute. It's
Donc,
10 minutes is up.
Alors, donc nous voyons donc les différents thèmes les différents thèmes des dialogues, les différents groupes de dialogue. Alors, ce qui reste à faire maintenant, c'est la validation. Nous devons avoir donc des priorités, organiser des ateliers pour définir les priorités qui ont été soulignées lors des réunions thématiques. Ensuite, nous devons renforcer le secrétariat technique qui pilote tout le processus et enfin donc avoir des ateliers de validation de toutes les opérations qui vont nous permettre maintenant d'implémenter la stratégie de financement. Quels sont les défis sur lesquels nous allons être confrontés? C'est ce que nous voyons tout à l'heure là. Tout ce que vous voyez au milieu, ce sont les défis qui ont été soulignés dans les différents ateliers et que la stratégie de financement doit avancer les réformes nécessaires pour pouvoir adresser ces défis. Nous pourrons passer donc à la phase suivante. Donc, c'est essentiellement de montrer les étapes du travail qui va être fait. Surtout, là, ce que nous voulons mettre en lumière, c'est la sensibilisation des autorités politiques à travers le Comité national de surveillance qui regroupe les ministres, le secrétariat général du gouvernement, les partenaires, l'Union européenne et le PNUD, ainsi que d'autres partenaires. Et enfin, donc, œuvrer pour la pérennisation du dialogue. Cela est important parce qu'il ne faudrait pas que dès que la stratégie de financement est élaborée, on coupe au processus de dialogue, car il sera toujours important de continuer par la suite. Je vous remercie. Merci.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation, the most sophisticated presentation on the process of developing an INFF I have honestly been able to enjoy. I think you really laid out how by bringing new constituencies to the process of thinking through financing, we can bring new innovations around finance as well. So a really, really great presentation, and also how to articulate a governance arrangement fit for purpose. You really gave us insights into that as well. So I really do thank you, and I apologize for cutting you a little short, but it was a great presentation. I'm now going to pass to Nabila. We've heard Nabila is the special advisor to the Minister of Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning in Nigeria. Nabila, I'm sure many know you. We certainly know of your work because we've been listening to the INFF in Nigeria news over the last couple of weeks, which has been very exciting. So Nabila, over to you. Again, I'm sorry for the 10-minute rule.
I'll do my best. Good afternoon and welcome everybody. Let me, as we say in Nigeria, stand on existing protocols. Welcome our government colleagues from across Africa. It is amazing to see us all in one room, as well as our partners from the UN system and other organizations. I'm very pleased to present to you Nigeria's journey towards the development of an integrated national financing framework. So before speaking to what we've done over the past 2 years, I'd first like to set the stage by speaking generally about our work in country towards financing for sustainable development. Now, as with the rest of us in Africa, we are committed to ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth and to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And core aspects of our SDG strategy have included early domestication, integration, and implementation through both subnational and national governments, as well as interagency coordination and institutional strengthening, in large part due to the functioning of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on the SDGs. We've been guided by principles of government ownership, along with strong public policies targeted at increasing and ensuring optimal use of domestic resources that are necessary for financing the SDGs. Some of the milestones that we've achieved have included a baseline indicator database that was established by the National Bureau of Statistics, working closely with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant on the SDGs and with our partner UNDP. We have a tailored integrated ISDG tool for data analysis and modeling. And it is that ISDG tool that allowed us to identify a pre-COVID estimated financing gap of $100 billion over the next 10 years to finance the SDGs. We can imagine how much of an increase there's been since the COVID pandemic and other issues that have had economic shocks globally. Like other countries, financing for the SDGs has been a challenge. We have high debt levels, a fiscally constrained space, and as our honorable minister has expressed repeatedly, a revenue challenge. So our debt to revenue ratio is one of concern, and it is one of the priorities, one of the areas that we prioritize as a ministry during our tenure. We're working to proactively close these financing gaps, and I want to talk about some of the interventions that the ministry has led. They've included the implementation of the strategic revenue growth initiatives, as well as the Finance Act's annual iterative acts that allow for incremental finance reform, ease of doing business reforms under the Presidential Enabling Business Council, and private sector engagement. So this is the context in which our INFF journey has come into play. And I always like to start these presentations with a quote from the minister's remarks at the beginning of our INFF journey. We signed on to the INFF process in December 2019, but didn't actually begin the process of implementation until late 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic, something that none of us could have anticipated, but for a number of reasons has allowed us to accelerate our INFF process and allow us to reach where we are. So the Honorable Minister has said that we see the development of a government-led integrated national financing framework as crucial, particularly in the context of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and as we work on the next generation of medium and long-term national development plans. So there was a confluence of factors that came into play, COVID on the one hand, and we're at a point in our country's history where we're working on our medium and long-term plans. To the right, you see this sort of graph. There's already been a really good summary of the process for an INFF. We were able to start with our development finance assessment. Before I get to this slide, I do want to just briefly speak to the process. So we signed on in 2019, had a huge gap because our governments, as with all governments, were dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to establish actually in a reverse process our core working group, which is the technical working group that sort of works on the day-to-day implementation of the INFF process. Before we set up our high-level steering committee. And this was really to allow for INFF work to continue even as our minister and other political and other stakeholders were focused on addressing the COVID-19 pandemic in part through the development and the implementation of our economic sustainability plan. Now, this two-tier governance structure has really been integral to our accelerated process, in addition to our two levels, which both are multi-stakeholder. So for us in Nigeria, and I think owing in large part to the context in which we started, we really wanted to make sure that stakeholders had a seat at the table. So both our steering committee and our co-working group, which mirrors it, has government officials, both at the ministry level, as well as our revenue generating agencies, our budget office, the Central Bank of Nigeria, other agencies, as well as development partners, including, of course, the UN and the EU who have been amazing support, as well as the World Bank, the IMF, the Islamic Development Bank, and the Africa Development Bank. So rather than saying we're going to engage these stakeholders, we said they're going to be at the table with us developing these solutions, particularly given the context in which we found ourselves. I also wanted to note that our membership includes the PSAG, which is the Private Sector Advisory Group set up by the SDG Fund to ensure that private sector had a seat at the table as well. And most notably also, our Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on the SDGs has membership both at the high-level steering committee as well as the core working group, and also serves as our secretariat, which enables us to leverage the amazing infrastructure and work that OSAP has been able to put into place, both at the federal and subnational level. Now, our DFA, before I get to the INFF roadmap, the DFA, as others have said, really allowed us to inform our financing strategy process. And some of the key outcomes of our DFA, I just want to talk about the thematic areas, included the need for us to better leverage our financing, to strengthen the link between planning and financing. I heard that asked as a question earlier, as well as to improve our public and private coordination. So even though a lot of work has been done to leverage the private sector, much more needs to be done. And we recognize that as part of our DFA. Monitoring and review, make sure that there's monitoring processes, both not only at the budgetary level, but beyond, to ensure that the resources that are mobilized are used effectively, as well as an emphasis on enhanced transparency and accountability. Now, I won't spend too much time on this. We have our INFF roadmap. It comprises the financing strategy, as well as a medium-term revenue strategy and medium-term expenditure framework, which I'll get into a little bit later. We also have an M&E framework to allow us to monitor and improve upon the process in an iterative fashion, as well as, of course, a governance and coordination framework, which I've talked about a little bit earlier. And then also, number 5, we have a fiscal federalism and coordination framework, which really recognizes the nature of revenue sharing in this country and ensures that there's an adequate framework to enhance this revenue sharing and ensure that states are very well positioned to tap into their local revenues, as well as to amplify those moving forward. The next slide is our summary of the INFS strategy itself. So through a consultative, iterative process that involved both large workshops as well as one-on-ones, in addition to several workshops at the state level. So we did a really big workshop, and one stakeholder noted that this was the first time that they'd seen all 36 states convene in this manner, where we met with commissioners of finance, as well as commissioners of planning, and SDG focal persons from each of the states and the Federal Capital Territory in Nigeria, to hear from them firsthand as to what the bottom-up solutions and concerns were, and to ensure that those ideas and that perspective was involved at the very outset. What came out of this process was an INFS that has 4 general areas. On the domestic side, we're looking at domestic public finance, so solutions looking at increasing domestic public finance. Those include enhancing the federal revenue base, enhancing state revenue base, interventions focused at increasing our budget coordination processes, building upon the amazing work that the Budget Office has already begun, innovation in our debt management processes, catalyzing the work of government-owned entities, as well as better capturing the funds that come out of illicit financial flows. At the private level domestically, we're looking at continuing to deepen interventions aimed at enabling the business space, because truthfully, the best funding that really hasn't been tapped is going to be from the private sector, those solutions and those innovative partnerships that bring those finances into play. Mobilizing banks and local financial institutions, incentivizing local and other institutional investors, as well as scaling up sustainable finance. On the international side, we're looking at better mobilizing public finance through work with our multilateral development banks and development institutions, looking at how we can better tap into and coordinate ODA funds to catalyze resources at domestic level, as well as better leveraging the work of export credit agencies. Private finance, obviously better mobilizing our remittances. We have a huge diaspora community, so how are we better bringing those resources into the country and bringing them in a way that allows them to be scaled? How are we improving foreign direct investments and what are investment policies? How are we better leveraging venture capitalists and angel networks and improving their interventions, as well as external bond purchases and other sources of private finance? Very briefly, as I've said earlier, our INFS is underpinned by both an MTRS and an MTEF. Both rely very heavily on our national development plan, as well as our government developed 2023 to 2025 medium-term expenditure framework and FSP, we were really able to leverage the really amazing work done at that level and have that inform the work at the INFF, because as the minister has said and as others have emphasized, this work is not supposed to be a separate piece of work. It's supposed to leverage and be integrated with existing systems on ground. The four major components of our revenue strategy include our medium-term revenue goals. So really those targets mirror what's in our MTEF and FSP. Tax reform, both in the form of better tax policy and better tax administration, sustainable political commitment to the implementation, as well as coordinated donor support. The MTEF, again, draws very heavily from our national MTEF and FSP. It will need to be, the MTEF and FSP provide a really great overarching context in which to inform our INFF. We did identify through the process that there would need to be enhancements to include the total current and planned SDG spend, as well as a focus on identifying the bottom-up spend requirements of the different agencies and having that to be reconciled with the top-down envelope. As well as a shift from focus on the inputs to more of a focus on the outputs impact and monitoring that process. Of course, continued costing around one of our cross-cutting areas, which is gender. Nigeria now has a gender responsive budget with a clear requirement around gender responsive budgeting. So we want to deepen that moving forward. As has been said severally throughout the day, we have recently, just last week, and I actually flew back from New York this morning, launched our INFF on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, a really amazing milestone, and it was a really inspiring gathering of stakeholders. And the key message that came out of that interaction was that we have this beautiful plan, we have this book, we've launched it. The key is going to be implementation for all of us. How are we doing that? How are we ensuring that is sustainable beyond this administration? One of the ways that we've tried to do that is by establishing implementation subcommittees that draw from both the core working group and the steering committee for the INFF, and having those be thematic in nature based on the priorities and focus of our partners and our agencies. Now, very quickly, I just want to talk through some of the key lessons learned from our journey. It's critical to ensure a government-led INFF process. I think this is something that we all agree with. The solutions need to be tailored to the country context. They need to be realistic. They need to be bold and ambitious, but not so ambitious that they can't be owned, not only by the political leaders, but by those who are in the civil and public service and need to actually buy in and implement this on a day-to-day. We've leveraged existing structures, OSAP I've talked about, as well as something that happened where our current Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning used to be two separate ministries. So in 2019, those two separate ministries were combined into one ministry. And that structure has allowed us to really streamline processes that would have otherwise been under separate ministerial cabinet leaders. And they've really allowed for us to have an integrated approach across our fiscal policies and our public financial management system. As I've mentioned earlier, it's important to have everybody have a seat at the table, make sure that the solutions reflect the true goals and opinions of all stakeholders. In terms of interaction and engagement, this mix of larger group settings as well as smaller interactions. I heard earlier the word iterative used, and that was something that we've also applied. So for example, when we presented at the last Africa Regional Workshop, some of the questions that were asked of us were, what are the extent to which your INFF process is gender responsive? And we had at the time a separate set of gender processes being undertaken by the ministry, but we made a commitment, the minister made a commitment to ensuring that our INFF is gender responsive. So these are some of the ways in which our in-country as well as regional interactions have informed our process. And I think I've already talked about the importance of leveraging existing structures. And with that, I will say thank you.
Thank you so much, Nabila, for taking us on that journey as you articulated at the beginning. It's been quite a journey, it sounds like. And as you said at the end, even now, the journey continues to implementation. So thanks, Nabila, for sharing that. I think there was some strong resonance with the previous speakers' remarks around process. I think you articulated it, Nabila, as making sure that key stakeholders have a seat at the table. And that's definitely a new way of looking at finance with a broader set of constituencies, and also the opportunity of building on existing institutional reforms and the opportune moment with your Ministry of Planning and Budget and Finance coming together. So thank you, Nabila, for an amazing journey that you took us through. We have another journey now to embark upon, so put your seatbelts on, because once again, we're going to be sticking to 10 minutes, I'm afraid. And it's over to you, Patrick. Patrick is Chief Debt and Aid Management Officer in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs in Malawi. So Patrick, over to you.
Thank you. I love hearing the different country perspectives. It's the best part.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll take you through the journey that Malawi has gone through, the development of the DFA and the starting of developing the INFF. And I'll start by a quote. If you refuse to listen to the cry of the poor, your own cry for help will not be heard. Malawi started the journey of developing the DFA in 2018, and we got the first copy of the DFA, which was under the Vision 2020. And then came 2020, we launched the new vision for the country called Malawi Vision 2063. Due to this change, then we needed to realign the DFA to the new vision. So in 2021, with the support from UNDP, we developed or we reviewed the 2018 DFA and came up with the new version, which is 2021, which has led us to the development of the INFF. In the process of developing the DFA, I'll take you through the development of the DFA because much of the work that we've done is the DFA. And as a country, we have just started working on the INFF. So our experience will be mostly on the DFA. We identified the relevant stakeholders in the country, and that involved the public sector and the private sector. And we did that considering the domestic and international financiers. So that included ministries, departments, and the agencies, as well as local government. We also engaged the international development organizations, which included cooperating partners, international non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations as well. And we did rigorous consultations to make sure that the document is inclusive. In the process of doing an assessment, we looked so much at the sources of financing as well as the policies that govern the such sources of financing. We looked at foreign direct investment, we looked at official development assistance, external debt, domestic debt, domestic public revenue, personal remittances, as well as pension fund and the FDI stocks. In the process, towards the end, the DFA mapped the financing flows available to Malawi and they explored how they can be leveraged and aligned to the anchor, the national development. The national development looked, the DFA looked at how to leverage private investment for national development in line with the Vision 2063, which is the National Development Agenda. So key development sectors were identified, which are also in the Vision 2063, and these are energy, agro-processing, and tourism. So we looked at them as the ignition of economic development. Now, I will not take you through the whole process, but now I'll take you why Malawi in the process. We have a very unique DFA, and that's the DFA which includes the local level finance assessment. We considered to look at the local level finance assessment because the local councils are so critical for national development. Our country has got 28 district councils with 3 city councils and the 4 town assemblies. These are an important feature or an important integral to local council service delivery. As such, the local level finance assessment brings in the inclusivity of marginalized people to national development. And why the local level financing assessment? The local level financing, the local level councils, as I said, is an integral party to the central government, and the 28 councils are all funded from central government fiscal transfers, and the 95% of the local council funding comes from central government transfers. Resources transferred to local councils have been found not to be very adequate, and the financing local councils will help to reach out to the least privileged and hence bring on board the marginalized people. So as such, it was considered that we needed to bring the local councils into the INFF. Financing of local councils. In most cases, or I should say, in Malawi, we finance the local councils through 3 modes, and this is through the Constituency Development Fund, the Boho Fund, and the District Development Fund. And all these have been streamlined just to achieve some development in the local councils so that we share the national, the resources or the development reaches to the poor in the local areas. Now, I'll update you on the current status. What have we done so far on the INFF? So far, we have started working on the INFF, and we did the inception report. Thereafter, we have managed to come up with a draft document which will be vetted by the steering committee, as well as all relevant stakeholders that I mentioned earlier as our key stakeholders in the consultation process. Some of the challenges that we experienced during the consultation or development of the DFA, as well as we are doing consultations on the INFF. There is a lot of resources flowing to the local councils. However, there's been scanty data from our development partners, and it became so difficult to do complete analysis on the resource flow to the local councils. There's less support to local councils in terms of data collection, so that we should be able to have the aid flow to the local councils at central government. Some of the threats that we foresee as central government: change of policy direction that comes with the change of government, global crisis that has come due to COVID, the Russia and the versus Ukraine war. In conclusion, the DFA in Malawi has identified both policy and capacity gaps that need to be addressed. There is deliberate effort to ensure that the recommendations that have been identified in the DFA are fully integrated in the INFF so that we deliver the Vision 2063. The Malawi delegation that has come here expected to learn a lot from the gathering so that we should be able to successfully implement our INFF. Malawi appeals to the development partners to align their support to the Vision 2063. I would like to leave you with some two questions, and these are, to finance the INFF, there's need to increase domestic resource mobilization. How do we balance the distribution of resources without marginalizing the poor? How do we bring private sector into the social sector without marginalizing the poor? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for taking us on a journey to Malawi and articulating the story, which I think you said began in 2018. So we're hearing that these INFFs do take time to build, to construct, and to do and take forward in concert with multiple stakeholders. Again, you gave a strong institutional focus to your story, but took us to the local level, which I think was a new angle from this panel, but I know there are other countries, both in this room and elsewhere, who have also taken their INFF work to the local level. You also finished and started with a focus on poverty reduction. And I think that resonated very much with the focus on equity that Nabila had brought into her remarks just before. So we're now moving forward to our fourth country panelist. It's Dr. Charles Mwamwaja, Commissioner of the Financial Sector Development Department in the Ministry of Finance and Planning in Tanzania. And again, Charles, just to say 10 minutes, please, if you can. So over to you, Charles.
Well, thank you very much. How are you, everyone?
Very good.
I can see that you are all doing fine. Thank you. Good. As I've been introduced, my name is Charles Mwamwaja. I'm the Commissioner for the Financial Sector Development in the Ministry of Finance and Planning in the United Republic of Tanzania, a beautiful country which is in East Africa. Thank you. And there I oversee the following subsectors of the financial sector, which are banking, insurance, capital markets and securities, microfinance, as well as government funds and programs. So it is indeed a great opportunity to have this chance to talk about our experience in the integrated national financing framework. But again, the first and the most important thing which I would like to share with you is that it all starts with the planning process. How is it that you have planned? What are your priorities? And what are the issues that you want to address? And that indeed is a very good experience that you can take from Tanzania. Because for us, the starting point is always the planning process. And currently, we are implementing a plan which has a 5-year time horizon. And before that, we had been implementing another 5-year plan. And after having completed that, what we did was a review. What we did was a review. Oh, sorry. Thank you. What I did was a review of the previous plan, in which we observed that there was a very big financing gap.
So when we were preparing this as a plan that we are implementing now, it was indeed very important to do the assessment of what is it that we had planned previously, the achievements and the challenges that we had faced. And one of the challenges that was really very significant was in terms of the financing gap. We were not able to do all that we had planned because we were not able to mobilize all the resources that we required. And mostly, and very important, was because of the fact that we had been heavily relying on what we call the traditional sources of financing, which are basically taxes and a certain amount which we are able to mobilize through loans and grants. And so when we were planning and preparing this other plan that we are implementing now, we had to do the assessment and see how best we can address the financing gap. So we did the assessment, and after having done that assessment, we had prepared a strategy. And one of the issues that was indicated in the strategy is that we had to go and solicit for some other funding through the innovative financing sources. And again, in the plan that we normally prepare in my country, we also indicate the resource requirement for the period of the 5-year time horizon. For example, in the current plan that we are implementing, we have projected that we would be requiring about 114 trillion Tanzanian shillings, and of which it has been divided in 2 major sources. One is a certain amount which we intend to mobilize from the it has gone, What is this that we want to mobilize? From the private sources, and the rest is what we want to mobilize from the private sector. But all again, as you can see from the slides, that the issue here is trying to address development as far as the people are concerned. And that is our main agenda, bringing development to the people through different means. And by so doing, you can see that we are engaging a number of stakeholders in the process as they have been highlighted here. So in the current plan that we are implementing, we have done purposeful efforts to ensure that we are putting all the necessary interventions to mobilize resources from the public, and we have a certain amount which we have projected for the 5-year, but we are also planning to mobilize a certain amount of resources from the private sector. So what the government is doing now is trying to work together with a number of stakeholders to ensure that what we have planned is indeed achievable. Now, another thing which I wanted to share with you is the fact that financial resources are really very critical. Apart from the fact that when we were preparing the 5-year National Development Agenda, we had also projected the resource envelope that we want to mobilize. We had as well prepared some other documents. And as you are all aware that the key function of the financial sector, among others, is to mobilize resources. So we had to prepare a document which we call the Financial Sector Development Master Plan. It is a document that has a 10-year time frame, trying to put in place some strategies in which the financial sector can be useful in mobilizing resources. And one of the strategies that has been highlighted in that document is an issue to do with long-term development finance. Long-term development finance is a key issue, and it is really a very specific objective, among others, including financial inclusion, financial integrity, and others. But I'll be focusing on the long-term development finance. So in the master plan, we have indicated that as a nation, we need to put in place some purposeful interventions to ensure that we are able to develop products and services that can support resource mobilization as far as long-term development finance is concerned. But apart from the master plan, as a country, we had also prepared another document which was launched, I remember it was in May last year, which we call the Alternative Project Financing Strategy, the APF, in which the government was putting clearly that it will now be the government focus to ensure that we are making use of different innovative financing options to complement what the government is doing. And that indeed answers one of the questions, I think it was asked sometime in the morning today, that if you have these innovative financing options in that document, we are trying to point out the fact that it will also give the government an opportunity. If you are able to mobilize all these resources, then the government will be in a position also to do much more in terms of development issues, but also to focus more on the social sectors of the economy. And that is indeed one of the issues that we want to address. And so we are finding out that the INFFs is indeed something which is very good to complement and work together with what the government is doing to ensure that we are now able to mobilize much more resources so that to address the development agenda of Tanzania. Currently, our development agenda is industrialization for human development. And in order to attain that agenda, resources are critical. So we have been doing that, but again, we have been doing some other issues. We are cooperating with different other partners to ensure that that development agenda is realized. Now you can see that these are the different issues that we are doing, and the Minister of Finance and Planning is on the steering wheel, is leading the process, but we are working together with different other stakeholders. As you can see, we are working together with the UNDP, UNCDF, and different other partners to ensure that all that we have planned is able to be achieved. Now, maybe let me now take you through these slides, which briefly tries to highlight the way forward issues in terms of the financing reforms and measures that we consider to be important as we are trying to push forward this agenda. There are a number of issues that we want to address, and some of them are falling within the short time, but again, there are some other issues that will be doing and addressing them in a much more time horizon. But one area which we are focusing on is terms of the architecture, in terms of the instrument that we are planning to issue. Currently, in the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, as well as through the Capital Markets and Securities Authority, there are a number of instruments that are already there. But we want to see to it that we have a sufficient number of debt instruments. We want to ensure that we are also exploring equity financing options, PPP, and the others. Because the more products you have, the more it is your ability to raise more resources. And another, oh, 1 minute. And another thing which we have observed is that there are some other impact investors who are interested in some specific products. For example, very soon, we will be issuing a green bond for one of water authorities in Tanzania. And very soon also, we are planning, I think, in the first quarter of next year, to issue some bonds for the municipalities. But again, there are also issues to do with changes in policy and the legal frameworks. There are some issues that we need to address, even though there are some instruments that we can still go on issuing within the existing legal and regulatory frameworks. But again, in terms of the process, we have found that there is a lot that we need to do. One, in terms of capacity building. You know, I have observed that, especially when you are working in the government, the resource issue and trying to prepare the necessary documents that can be attractive and acceptable, where these instruments are required, that is an issue that we want to address. We have formed a team to build capacity, but it is our hope that we will be working together with different stakeholders to address these issues and complement what is it that we are doing. So INFFs is a good opportunity to complement and work together with what Tanzania is doing. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it has been good to share all these good experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for talking us through, Charles, the experience in Tanzania. And it was great to hear you end on that example of looking forward to a green bond, because as I'll explain in a minute, that will segue nicely to tomorrow. Yeah. Colleagues and panelists, I'm really sorry, despite the hardest timekeeping I could bring to the panel, we are out of time. But I would encourage all of you to engage with the panelists in the cocktail reception that follows. And I have really good news for all of you, I think, which is that indeed we will now finish the day to progress to the cocktail reception. Thank you. I don't need, I shouldn't take your thanks for that. It wasn't me, but I'll take it. So we will proceed to the rooftop in a moment. But before we do, I just wanted to briefly bring the day to a close. Somebody is pointing at me. What would you like? Excuse me? Just 1 second. Are you going to explain the cocktails? Okay, just before we explain the cocktails, just to finish the day, I'm sorry, I always feel like when you've done a big day like this, you know, it's important to summarize a tiny bit and just segue into tomorrow. And I think the panel helped us really finish off the day very nicely. I heard the Ministry of Finance is on the steering wheel with the INFF. Point number one, this is so critical that the Ministry of Finance is there on the steering wheel for this journey, but bringing other actors into the bus. And we've heard about building constituencies of reform, bringing in actors from the private sector, the public sector, international, domestic, onto the INFF bus. This is not about a narrow financial accounting exercise. This is about how we layer in sustainable development and equity into all financial decision-making. Today was about the big picture, the INFF roadmaps, financing strategies. Tomorrow is even more exciting because we'll be talking about particular reforms, bonds. We're going to talk about bonds, which were just mentioned, debt instruments writ large. We'll talk about tax expenditures and tax policy and domestic resource mobilization. We'll talk about unlocking private capital. Tomorrow's when the rubber really hits the road. So those of you who are involved in the exciting INFF marketplace, who we're going to spend time tonight, if you could be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning to set up the bazaar, I guess. Everyone should be here at 8:30, says Aurea, to enjoy that. Why not? So everyone here at 8:30, but I understand we're kicking off in earnest at 9. So, okay, got that now. Thank you. So enough of me. Thank you so much, panelists. It's now over to our friend to talk about the cocktails.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Temi Esteri Fetera from UNICEF Nigeria. He says we're here tomorrow at 8:30, and some of us have been here since 8:30 this morning, and we've kept the attention. So I think we should all give ourselves a round of applause. It's not every day that we get to have 52 countries thereabout represented in the same room. So in true Nigerian fashion, UNICEF Nigeria is going to host us to a cocktail and a dinner on the 6th floor at the same venue, Wells Carlton. You're more than welcome to join us right now. So let's go eat and get to know each other more. Thank you.
Beautiful.